Test, test. There we go. Microphone is on. Everything working now? Yes, everything is on. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Let me say hello. Good morning. Hello, London. Let me check the news. Do we have anything in London popping up? Today's it's Thursday already. GBP 530. Governor Bailey speaks. Orange folder. And we've got unemployment claims. Yes. Okay. There we go. Oh, right, I will do that. Okay, the macro is running, the 150 to 210. That's in my orange, my yellow lines. Let's see what it's doing. Price action was quite interesting yesterday. I blew an account yesterday. Evaluation, by the way, not a other account, not a funded, but an ego. I was being stupid. I'll go over it. Things happen sometimes. I just need to do one thing, guys. I'll be right back. There we go. Okay. I'll be right there. Nothing's happening of importance anyway. Okay, there we go. And there it goes. Okay, now let's see. Let's sort it. Hey, so hey, if I'm bearish, yeah, I'm bearish, but that move yesterday was so annoying that it just did not move to the downside. Let's go over it. Now let's go to the higher time frame. So we're still in that consolidation area, right? So we did go to the bottom now here. This tricked me. I really thought at 3 o'clock that we would get this move already, and that got me out of my. I lost my account, my evaluation there. So you see this doji. I really thought at 3 it was finally ready to move, but it wasn't. It went back, and you know, look how beautifully it went back up here. You see this here. I have to figure out what did I use. I can't remember, but you can see here again. So we had a lot of consolidation, literally from 12. So we had a move here, right? That was after 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock we wicked up into this PD array here. Then we moved in 11, and from 12 we just consolidated literally until the close, and then we had the move. And this is the bastard that got me, because I was so confident. That was dangerous. Dave, yeah, hi Dave. Yeah, so here that got me, and I guess I wasn't ready to be wrong here. I was really, um, yeah, I know it was really, it just got me. I mean, sometimes it happens that you are like, oh, now I know, and then your risk management is just not good enough at that moment. And you always have to like think, you always have to be prepared to be wrong. But I thought I was going to be so right here, and it's just, but it went exactly to 25. I just want to see what I marked here. I think it was a 4-hour wick. Let me see if it was a 4-hour or daily wick. Let me just double check. Let me double check. What was it? Can't remember. So I always have to mark it properly so I know what I was using. Was it the 1 hour maybe? I think it was the 1 hour. 15 minutes. It was from here to here. I have to look it up, but I don't know what I used here. Was it 3 hour? Oh yeah, I see. It was a 3-hour wick. Yeah. Okay, I used a 3-hour wick. There we go. I used a 3-hour wick here. But I guess the 4 hour should have given us. No, the 4 hour didn't. Yeah, so I deviated to the 3-hour wick here. And you can see how beautifully it used the 1/3 level here, and then here it went back into the quarter level. And then it went down. 1 hour. Yeah, it was a 3-hour wick. Yeah, and then it just after close. Anyone else? Did anyone else? Yes. Michael went beautifully with a new PD array that he shared. Right, it's quite interesting what he shared. So I'm happy that you watched that too, and it's a new one to investigate, right? Oh yeah, going over if I'm still bullish or bearish. So yeah, so I am not so solo dole. I'm still not sure how bearish I want to stay, because technically I think we're bearish higher, but it's so manipulative. As long as we're in that higher time frame consolidation, we're still within this range. We could spike up again and take out these highs. Now ICT said he's bearish, but I just want to keep an open mind in case we might have a spike up again and go up here, because I do think that we could still have a manipulation to the upside. And if I look here, yes, we did finalize a market maker model on the 1 hour, but if I look at let's look at the 6 hour, so we have a little bit more context. One could also argue that we could go back up here into this one here again, right? Because we still have a little bit of a gap open here. Or maybe reject here, I don't know. Or it doesn't even have to go up here. We could just reject in one of those wicks, right? So we did reject here already. Yeah, it looks like it's done, but hey, it's so manipulative now. Everything is so out of sync, and just prepare for every weird thing. Because if this is the breakaway gap, could be. I don't know. And the daily, let's see it, look at the daily again. Yeah, we might go into this wick now, right? We might go back into this gap here. I'm going to mark this volume imbalance again because I think it might be in play again. If we do go down, this might be the area that we might want to watch. Let me mark that yellow. I'm going to go in the weekly because we are in Thursday already. Now, what did we do the whole week? Let's see. Let's go over it. Where's Monday? So Monday, low. Tuesday, high. Technically, that's always bearish, right? When you have a Tuesday high, you can, then we have a Thursday, Wednesday, and we are going lower. Let's put on the weekly. I'm going to put on the weekly range, or it's time to, going to use methods. Awesome, awesome indicator. I want to see where we at in the, on the weekly. Where is the weekly and where are we now? Because sometimes the TGIF could already be on Tuesday. We already could be done. We could already be done for the weekly objective, right? So you always want to be aware, like, okay, you know, what are they going to do? But we do have news today and tomorrow as well. So maybe we might get another TGIF, but let's see. So right now we are at the 40%, between 40 and 30% of the weekly range. So doesn't mean anything because we can still, you know, blast out of it. But if you start seeing consolidation between certain levels, like last week, it was very clear at some point it wasn't going to move much anymore. Because on Thursday we already met the weekly objective. Oh, let me switch off the sound. I had to put on the sound because so many workers were coming, and I had to open the gate and stuff yesterday. But I just want to make sure that I switch it. I didn't miss anything. No. Sound. Just. Dave's already long. Oh my God, am I? Yeah. I'm so, to come back, bullish or bearish at the moment. We still didn't take our previous day low, right? Yesterday, the one of the day before. Oh, we did actually. After the close, we did. Yes, we did. So previous day low is also now Asia low. So, Dave, I don't know. Midnight is not too far away, so I'm wondering if we get a continuation a little bit because we still haven't gotten to the other end walk. I'm going to refrain from any. At this moment, I just don't know yet. I need more information to. We can do a poll. We can do a poll. Yes, so we went into this fair value gap. So I understand what Dave says because we have a bullish fair value gap. We went into it within the macro. But on the other hand, Dave, lately, you know, what I've seen happening, then we go into it. We take just a little short-term liquidity and then it goes back down into it. So that's why I'm a little bit, I don't trust it too much. But I do see a market maker model here. Let's go to the 9-minute. Sell side, buy side. But when you go back to original consolidation, you can already be done. So technically it can be done, but I have some relations. Yeah, I might be with you on this one. That we might go. Let's. Hey guys, are you noticing that lately London is just meandering around the high and the low of Asia? We just don't take out anything or really minor. Okay, I'm just using this range, this baby range, not the full range, but just the baby range. Obviously, we have a higher range if we go higher, but let's just use these levels for now. just from Asia. I'm just going to use Asia. And I want to have this one on my radar as well here. So I'm using this one to the downside here, and this one to the upside for the short term, if that makes sense. Yeah, so Dave, I lost the eval yesterday. So what happened was at 3 o'clock, I was so sure that we will finally go down, but it made another move to the upside, and then it didn't move until 4 o'clock, right? It retested the 130. It was quite a beautiful retest again of some. Go over it. So it was here. It got me yesterday. NQ got me really bad, and I was like, okay, no, it worked on my. Like it was this area here, right? So we still didn't take previous day low was still a little bit lower, I guess. I can't remember, but here, so we started going down, then we started going up, and yeah, this was around 3 o'clock here. But then it made another move to the upside here, and it retested this area here. It went back to the old 4 o'clock and didn't even touch the floor, but it just literally it just created an equal high here. It didn't even take out this liquidity. It just is it equal? Let me just double check. The high 25007. 25006. Yeah, I didn't even take out these highs. So these are on my radar, to be honest. It didn't take out. It just pierced through an old 4 o'clock. And then it went down. But this area, I mean, I really thought, I think I was here and I was, this was my first attempt. Got stopped out, and here I took the second attempt, and here I just stopped out, and then I was, I guess, I don't know. Well, you know what happens when you lose an evaluation, right? You over leverage, or you just think you're right. You just you just don't want to be wrong. Yeah. So that was a wake up call. Still happens sometimes, but it just tells you that the market is just. I mean, the longs and the shorts are just getting hammered. So. Okay, let's get back. Lately, it's been super tough. Yeah, it has been tough. It's been tough. But hey, listen, the first 2 days were pretty nice. I did like Monday and Tuesday. Trend days are not that hard if you expect them and if you know they're coming. They are not that difficult to trade. So Monday was a very easy day for me because London was already setting up for it as a trend day. Tuesday, during AM session, it became clear to me. So then I also had a really, really good day. But yesterday was like, okay. And it was 10-year, guys, I always say that 10-year bond auction is always tough for me. But it was also tough after 1 o'clock. So, in the old days, 10-year, if I go back into my journaling, there was a difference between on CPI days, 10-year bond auction. Okay, just don't trade until 1 o'clock, and then price becomes easier. There's more, it gets a laxative. NQ gets a laxative, so to speak. Well, there was some sort of laxative going on here. That was here, right? So this was the laxative. And then that would have been, you stop, this was the move here. So I caught that move, but then, I got greedy and I wanted more, and then that's where I went bad. So, but yeah, I guess this was the move. That one more trick for those who are greedy. But anyway, that's how they roll. They're always smarter than you are. we always get humbled very, very quickly. Okay. On the 4 hour, we have a new 4 hour candle, obviously. Um, let's see if it's going to continue, or are we going to reject in this 4 hour in the midpoint of the wick. So I'm also not, I made a joke that I was buying the 6 a.m. Eastern and going to hold till market close. Wish I was stuck with it. Yeah, but those are so, that's my aim as well, to be able to position myself in London and just stick to it the whole day. Well, I mean, at some point, um, I guess. But hey, Dave, it's not. I mean, if that's an aim that you want to get, just keep on journaling it. And I think when you start getting into more market profiles and higher time frame, uh, um, more of the swing trader's mindset, I guess. That's also where I want to get that, really position myself in London, not taking out, not going over a night or a day, but just setting myself up in London, and then be able to write it down the whole day, maybe until 11 o'clock in the morning, something like that. Yeah, yeah. I hope to be able to do that this year. So okay, let's see. So in order for this range, well, there's another way to calculate it, by the way. This is balance. Hold on. Let's see, I'm not a mistake here. Go to 655, 655. Ooh, I like that. I really like this level here. So that's a new end walk. Um, look here. We've got a nice little gap here. Obviously, that's a little end dog. So one could argue, are we going to go back into, are we going to go over this range and go back here? So that would be, let's use the whole range. Okay, I'm first just going to put it here just to keep it small. But we could go back to the daily open. Yes, I trade the 4 hour most and the FR in relation to, yes. So if I'm looking at the 1 or the 4 hour, I see this large wick here. I'm just wondering if we are going to reject there. So that will be exactly at that fair value gap. So I would just trade long up to maybe here, 798, and then see. I mean, this looks bullish. Did we take any significant liquidity here? No, we no. Okay, we're in the fair value gap here. Okay. Just gonna put this one on here. We need to see context. I was originally going to target the upper level. You just took, but downside makes me a little nervous. Yeah, we should be nervous. I'm also, after yesterday, I'm like, oh, okay. Okay, and Q, I see what mood you're in. Never mind. You got me. You got me bad. You are on the FU algo is on. Okay, so it's important to see the 150 macro went into this fair value gap. So one would sort of think like, okay, we're going up, but we have midnight very, very near. Midnight is also in this future inversion. We had a pass through here. Oh no, it actually, hold on, I need to mark it. It's actually a very important one, this one. Let me go to the 1 minute. I have to mark something. I totally forgot about that. You want to use the imbalances here. Okay. So why am I marking this one here? Because the 152.10 macro has occurred. This fair value gap has been respected. So I want to see if this becomes an, what are we doing with this fair value gap? So are we going to go through it or not? So this will become a breaker. I'm already looking at this area here as a potential breaker. Then we have an inversion and a breaker being activated. But lately what has been happening, I don't know if you guys noticed that it just doesn't activate, it just goes to the top and it doesn't activate them. And it just here stops and goes back, right? So that's been happening a lot. So potential breaker because we had a sweep of liquidity here into this fair value gap. But in order for this breaker to be activated, we need a body closure above it. Then on the higher time frame, this will be an inversion on the 3 minute. I'll show you because we got equal. Let's stay on the 3 minute because it's so. Well, technically this inversion has been activated, but the breaker has not. So I still don't trust it. This yesterday also, I noticed that yesterday as well. That but this looks like a bullish structure already. So I positioned myself already a couple of times yesterday and it didn't work. I remember that I got stopped out. It was similar setup. But this looks 223. Let's see. I'm going to do a paper trade again and just see if it gets stopped out or not. Oh, here we go. I need to activate that. I just want to see if it works. Sometimes I position myself, especially with breakers, I position myself before they get activated after if I see an inversion. But sometimes it doesn't work, right? Because then I get a better risk reward. Let me see if I stop. Just using the breaker. You see again what it's doing. It goes up and it wicks back down, right? So it doesn't. You don't have a body closure. But I still think we could go back up into this wick here and maybe even to event horizon. Yeah. Okay. Let's see the next candle. Oh, my TP. Hold on. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Hold your horses and Q. Hold your horses. Now don't look at the stop loss. It's just a paper trade. I just want to see if price action. It's just also for me just to see what price is doing. Are we? Oh, again, no body closure yet. You see, this is exactly what happened yesterday. So that's why I'm paper trading, guys. Also to see is price action. You see, no body. The breaker has not been activated again, and even though you have a fair value gap here, it's not working. So that's what I'm looking for right now. What are we doing? Is this so? One would say, okay, we have a bullish fair value gap. We go into it within a macro, so we're still bullish, right? I would think so. It looks bullish now. Let's see. But we still don't have a body closure. Let's calculate. You see how tricky? It starts running and then it wicks back down. So it's not giving that body closure that you're looking for. Okay, what's my breaker is full breaker here. Okay, I got you. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see if it does anything. I want to see how much R it gives. I think it will break through, but it's sort of like very, wiki-washy. I don't expect a full 2R to be given today for this breaker. But I do like that this in the macro we retested this one, so it should give some bullishness. But technically we're already at 50%, right? We're over. We're in premium, so from the small range. So I'm just using the small range now, but it might go if we do go higher. Like say, I'm just using the Asia range here, but the parent range, obviously, what we formed is much larger, right? It's from here to here. But we could calculate a little bit differently. We'll see. If we're disrespecting these levels, I'll use the larger one. But I just want to see if this is holding us. This area is going to hold us down. Then I don't need to look higher anyway. uh, 29.20. Well, I really like this level here. This might be a little bit too high. Just aiming for the event horizon, but I think this wick might be. No, I'm gonna keep it here. 8:15. Yeah. You recognize this is a setup it has been doing more often now. Yeah, play it safe. I think that's the best way to go forward now. Don't be greedy. Greedy is getting punished. I mean, greed is being punished. I also was like, I was like literally almost there on that when that moved down, but then it wicked back up. So and then I eventually still lost that account because those wicks were just massive. and I wasn't expecting. I mean, it was just really. I thought, oh, 3 o'clock now. Finally you can. Then I was humbled very quickly. but but I journal it, and if you find a little thing that you're like and then it doesn't. I'm not bothered with it anymore because I'm like, okay. The challenge is to turn every loss into a win, educational wise. You have to learn something from it. Um, like I said, okay, what did I miss? And what was the algorithmic signature that was there? What did it do? So what do I have to wait for next time? What did it tell me why I should not get in? And it takes time, but if you find those, it's the loss doesn't really bother you anymore because next time you will it will not always obviously, but you are identifying that the time is not ready yet. That's the whole point every time, right? It's just to find out because it made the move, right? The analysis was correct. Yes, it's going to go down at some point, but there was another manipulation in between. And the trick is to find the algorithmic signatures that signify, that tells you I'm not ready to move yet. And that's literally where it comes down to. So is it time? Everything comes back down to time. Is it because everybody knew it was going to move to the downside, but we didn't expect that last manipulation back to the 130 price, to the 130 candle. Yeah, I mean, I used to be so sick about it sometimes, and now I'm just like, you know what? Hey, raspberry trays. Um, Ultimately, we will probably end up at 25 in New York Open. That 20 is a magnet for. Oh, is it? Okay. Yeah, I think. Yesterday I had issues in London to be bearish, and you saw how we went up again, right? At some point, um, the way how it was printing, I just couldn't anticipate the. But it's sometimes hard to. I get very annoyed when I can't explain the logic. I just go, I really go deep down into the chart. Okay, what, even though you feel something because you recognize something, but you don't know exactly what it is, you can explain it. Like yesterday, I could not explain why I didn't want to go for the short, right, in London. But I said, okay, I actually don't want to short before 25,263. But I think that might be a little bit too high because that's like a weekly wick, the midpoint. But I still wouldn't be surprised if we manipulate. I mean, I, I'm getting so distrustful of this market now. But you get to, hey, hey, Meta, how are you doing? But so yesterday was one of those good examples. When I saw the market going up again, I'm like, okay, I knew. So my intuition, or I don't know if it's intuition. It's just like you see something, but you're not there yet that you can explain the full logic behind it. And that's what I'm striving to do continuously. Every move that I take, every long or short, I want to have a full logic. Like here, for example, I'm talking about, okay, breaker retest. I want this we went into this macro, went into a bullish fair value gap, blah, blah, blah. I just have to have confluences and you have to build up those confluences. And if I have 4 or 5, I enter a trade. And if I have a specific amount of things, it's A plus. That defines an A plus setup. But when I can't really define something, I get a little bit annoyed. Like, oh my God, but you do have that feeling, right? So that was yesterday. Like, okay, why am I not, I just can't enter the trade. because I don't want to enter a short from here. I think it's going to go higher. But obviously, because of the journaling, somewhere in your brain you have a reference, right? But you're just not there yet to make it like you can tell the story of that reference yet. And I think that's where the growth is for me. Hey, Dave, sleep well. Well, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining. Yeah, it's not. So it's not really. So you want to get to that point that when you have the intuition, you sort of like feel it, and you know, it's like when I go back and forth, and I go into, oh, I can frame it both ways. You want to change that intuition to logic. So that's where what I'm striving to do all the time. Make everything as mechanical as possible. Every trade has to have a logic behind it, and the more logic, the less emotional you get, right? And sometimes, like Monday and Tuesday, were for me just pure mechanical, algorithmic, everything lining up. For me, it was already getting clear in London that we were having a trend day, not at 2 a.m., not at 3 a.m., but at 4 and 5. At 4, the 3:15 macro said, I'm getting trend day vibes. At 4:15 macro, I said, okay, now everything is lining up that it's highly unlikable that we're going to go that it is just setting up for a trend day. It's almost impossible that we're going to have a New York continuation. Because there were it just didn't leave any imbalances almost. It was just filling out every imbalances. It was just, there was logic to it, right? Hey, Raspberry, you too. Sleep well, guys. Sweet dreams, and get ready for New York. We're gonna get. I think it's gonna be a nice session, New York. Okay, let's see if the 2R trade is. Well, that means if it's going to be 2R, if it's going to go here, then we might even go for the Asia high, right? Asia high is here. Hold on. I left my gate open, so I was wondering if it's the same or not. Okay, I got it. So they're coming today? No? Yeah, it's there, but don't put it on that it's not. No, but I don't know. It's working. Yeah, no. Are they coming for? Are they coming for the alarm? Not for the window. Okay, yeah, exactly. If they come, I need to check the alarm if it works with the remote, because otherwise, if I can't control it, it goes off all the time. It's a problem. Yeah, so let me know if they come. Sorry about that. I just had to check about something. Okay. Now, if we're bearish, obviously we might not get this high, and we might start rejecting. But let's see. We're still not at the 250 macro, so let's see how high it can get. Hey, bom dia. Hey, Abella, Abe, Abel. I'm just gonna go Abel. Hello, hello. How are you doing? Now the question is, now we could reject because we are in the fair value gap here already. It was 702. So if we're bearish, it doesn't want to go higher, right? It makes sense. We're already in this wick here. Okay, let's see. 240. Hey, Nico. See, on the 15-minute, we went into this one, so I don't know. I think I'm gonna stop this trade for now. There's no point in, there's no logic to it at the moment. We are into this, we spiked into this 15-minute 702. If it goes higher, it goes higher. We'll enter for a short at some point, but it's a little bit of a wishy-washy area. So from in this range, we technically are premium if to go down. So I just don't want to. I just want to see what it does. Let me see. This is a. Um, so this is a higher time frame breaker. And we have not activated it. So maybe this is just the range for, it's almost a 1-to-1, right? Let's check it. This is the range. Is this a 1-to-1? A little bit less. That was 1 minute. We might get a break or retest though, because this is just the first move away from it. We did get the retest here. There might be another. Let's see if we can get back into this area, maybe higher again. Hey, Zara Trader, how are you doing? Okay, let's see. Price is also moving too slow for me to really anticipate. I don't like it how it moves. Let's see what it wants to do. Yes, doing awesome here. Hope you're well as well, Star Trader. Oh, these slow moves, I hate them, to be honest. I don't mind it once in a while, but we've had it now like yesterday, literally all London session, it was moving like this. Um, what a time. What a crazy time it is. Crazy time. Let's have a quick look at gold. Ooh. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna look at this anymore. This makes me aggressive instantly. Ooh. Okay, still pushing up. So I guess the first are um, maybe it will go even up to here. But yeah, I think this yeah, 818, my red line might be in play. Eight 18.75, which is also the midpoint of the N walk. So it lines up with this fair value gap that I marked. You could even go up to the event horizon, maybe. If it goes over this level, I'm going to have to use my. I'm going to. If it goes over 79, I'm not going to use this small range. I'm going to go use the larger range. I just want to see if it stops here. If it goes over this range, then we might have to go bullish for a little bit more. So we might go maybe even into this fair value gap somewhere here. But let's see if it what it does. Like on the 15th, so why I stopped looking at why I got out of that trade was because I was looking at the 15-minute and we were in here, and I'm like, okay, you know what, I'll just wait to see what it does, because technically now we are here. We could spike up and disrespect it, but just want to see what happens. And if it's enough, because midnight is not too, we did retest this already, so I don't know. we retested this, and we retested two 15-minute ones. So for me, it's also like, which one is going to win? On the 15, this would be a mitigation, not a breaker. But it's technically, I mean, they work the same. I mean, the value, it doesn't give it less value, to be honest. It doesn't have to be. See, we're getting back to spotty price action. Well, you guys know where I stand with that, right? 250. 251. Now let's see what this macro wants to do. 252. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we spike up to this level here, 818. Let me quickly. I need to go to the bathroom very quickly. I'll be right back, guys. Give me a few seconds. Sorry. Here we go. Ta-da-da-ta-tam, pum, 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 pum. It's so boring. I know a few of you guys are good at those trades and still stay in it and don't mind. um, Actually, you know, when you look at this with this is actually very bullish that you have the body stay above the midpoint. You get like a wick. It mitigates this little gap here. Hi, Poppy. What is her? I know. I need to give you food, but you need to wait. Hey. Hi. Hello. Yeah, I love you so much. Okay, 79. Let's see if you want to go over, or are you going to reject here? It might wick above it. Let's see, we are at the midpoint of the N walk, so it might be done here. Let's see if it respects this level. Okay, 3 o'clock. It still looks bullish. It seems like that it wants to push through that level. Let's see, or not. Okay. Let's get. Now it's 3 o'clock. We created a fair value gap. I'm not waiting for the retest. So that might be a little bit, so I might be in drawdown here. 303. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. If it goes up, the event horizon 849 is a nice target, which is now, then that means we were going to take Asia high plus to the midpoint of that range. So now it's a tricky one because we created the first presented fair value gap after 3 o'clock. So let's see if we get a silver bullet. Yeah, I wanted to get in, and it might just spike. That's what I was thinking. It's just going to spike up and go to 0.5. But also, what I don't like is this here. So I'm just going to practice patience and be okay if I miss the move, even though we are sort of anticipating that it will go there. But we want structure and we want A plus setup, meaning either retest of a fair value gap. And you see here, you know, we've had retests all the time, so we're gonna wait for it. And if it goes without us, it goes. Then we'll get another. At some point, it will retrace and give us the. Yeah, see, it's just not. It's sort of like not going into it right now. So, but if you get into it now, you risk just being that it slams down on you, right? And you don't want to. See, it's very spotty again here. It left a lot here. So let's see. Just want to see what. I'm gonna put a limit order in. Um, if it spikes into it, I want to be in. Technically, I want this to be. I'm gonna put it here because there's a little gap here. Let's see if I get it. If it tags me in, if not or not. Hey, it doesn't look like it's one two, but hey, if it just runs, it runs. It looks like it just wants to explode to the upside, right? So it's not gonna give that retest of at 3 o'clock. Fair value. Oh, there we go. Let's see. Is there anything else it wants to retest? 306. I put it one higher because I want to just. A very weird area. We had consolidation here, and then we have another consolidation. I'm just wondering if it's going to take it, if it's going to go lower for some reason. Um, I feel a little bit impatient today because of the slow price action. It gets on my nerves a little bit. I don't know if you guys have that. It's like, oh my god, it's so slow. It makes me annoyed a little bit. Sometimes it's better for me just to shut off my laptop, do something else. Um, just watch this very slow price action. Why is it so cold today? Not nice. Makes me sneeze, makes me getting cold. It's not really that cold to be honest, but for me, when I'm not used to it, I think it's 25 degrees still. Let me see how much. What's the temperature? I'm always. I like humidity and hot. So I'm I come from the low veld. It's normally the hottest area of South Africa almost. And I never. Same. I'm journaling, barely watching the charge. Hey, well done. I like to hear that. It's 24 degrees right now. 24 max 26 today. That's a cool day here in South Africa in summer. I wonder if it wants to go higher or not. If this is the silver, but I might be stopped out. If I get tagged in, I'm going to put my stop. Tag me in. This is the annoying part that it needs a body closure, and I'm actually this could be enough. The wick. So What time is it? 10 past. Um, I'm just getting in because I want the. It's gonna be here, just below. Where is my teeth? 2R. Okay, I can deal with that. Okay, here we go. Yeah. So why did I canceled the limit because the wick. I saw that it didn't go lower. It just tagged into the wick just tagged into it, and then it just so that I just got in like that. See, I didn't wait for it to, but it might come down again, go a little bit lower below in this area here. Maybe even below this line here. And maybe it might, we still have these imbalances here. So if I get stopped out, that will be fine. Then I just know that 310. So I don't see any imbalances on the 3 minute, just only here. Now it could go all the way down here though, but let's see if it wants to go higher. I'm thinking it might want to go higher first. Here we go. Okay, go take Asia high now. Come on. Hmm. It actually left this little gap here, I see. See, it's very tricky, guys. It didn't really retest 3 o'clock. It left this little gap here. So I'm not moving my stop yet. I'm just leaving it. This is very low probability, to be honest. I would classify this as a C plus setup. It's sort of is it, we only have one imbalance here. We went into it, but we did not close this little, we still have this little imbalance. We didn't go into this imbalance here. That would have been the best setup. So it might come down again. So we see we're hanging out in the midpoint of this fair value gap. So I actually thought we went, the wick was here and did not go into it. So, but let's see. I mean, it's sort of like tricky. I wouldn't be surprised if it comes down again a little bit, very manipulatively. Just go into this little area here. I don't think it's really bulls or it's just manipulate. It's all manipulation right now. I mean, there's no buying or selling. It's just manipulating. This is really not. No one is really buying it. It's just not. It's just manipulation. It goes up without even properly doing this. So ridiculous, this market. Come on. Yeah, just bring it up. Just go, go, go. Okay, I'm gonna bring it to break even because I just don't want any losing trades. I know it might slam down. It could just stop here and then go back because we're not really in a macro anyway. We just see it's just gonna most likely gonna slam down. I wouldn't be surprised if now it reached the top of this imbalance here, goes back maybe, and then up again. Could be. Let's see, we're almost there. See? Waiting on the pullback. Yeah, I guess so. That's why I'm not trading my stop too much. I still might be stopped out because we could go all the way back here, right? Where did I see an imbalance? There was one here. But it's very, it's sort of like there are imbalances, but really sort of like they could leave them. That's why I sort of like positioned myself. I actually thought that the wick went into this little gap here, but it did not. So the moment I saw like, okay, I got you. You're probably not going to run straight away, but using this fair value gap now. Is that the which? So yeah, I think it might come down again at some point, or just wick down and take me out most likely. And maybe I don't know. We'll see. Interesting. Yeah, guys. Yeah, don't put your money on the line. Just paper trade this, or just most likely an eval with micros or whatever. But you see, we have a imbalance here. Choosing this one. What am I using here? What is my what's this fair value gap that I'm using? Oh, you're an oldie. Ooh, you're very old. But you're working. Where are you? Who are you? You're an old, but you're a good one. Okay. Like I don't like this spottiness. Um, if I get stopped out, I'll wait until this spottiness. We either go back into maybe retest this fair value gap and then go back up. If it does spike up to this level, I consider it more lucky, to be honest, than really a good trade. This is not really a mechanical trade, but I'm just using the silver bullet, the logic of this fair value. This is the only fair value gap that we have here, but this retest and this spike up. But there's so many ifs and buts still because of the. But then again, you don't see any fair value gap. The only thing that we have here is this imbalance here, right? This little bit spottiness. So let's see if it gets to Asia. Hi. Oh, welcome to the family, Efren Dubois. Oh, I love that name, Dubois. Stalling at these highs, but set on 4-hour bull fall and rejected at 3-8 level, perfectly on the 4-hour. Oh, let me check at the 4-hour. Yeah, I'm just, you know, a lot of the times now it doesn't go for the level at once, right? It sort of like stays below it and then goes back, right? I mean, you guys have noticed that highs and lows are not taking out, or it just comes close to it. Same here, I guess, because I still think it's going to stop me out at some point and go back here and retest this. And the real trade might be from the pullback. So those who are waiting for the pullback and are being patient will be most likely rewarded. And I might have a paper trade stop out. Yeah, let's go to the 4-hour. Let's have a look at the 4. Yeah, exactly. Hey, listen, I lost an eval yesterday because I thought at 3 o'clock, that between 3 and 4, that move would come to the downside. But it really manipulated one more time back up, right? And then it went after 4 o'clock, after market close, it made that move to the downside. And it got me yesterday, really. I mean, I was so convinced after a whole day, I thought I did so well, not trading all day. You know, I always say with the 10-year bond auction, I'm going to skip the AM session. I'm going to wait, and after 1 o'clock, I'll have a look at the market. And normally, you know, you get, I don't want to say arrogant, but when things happen a lot, you sort of like expect it, and it's hard to Uh, um, you know, I don't want to say yeah, it happens. Your brain just thinks, oh, it's going to happen now because I've been waiting, like, I've been waiting, I've been patient. So I guess it's sort of like, maybe I think that I expected the reward or something, and I just didn't want to. And then there was a nice move after 1 o'clock, right? We had a nice move to, but it wasn't the move that took out that previous day low. So I was like, oh, okay. So I almost passed that eval, and it just slammed back up. And then I started to, I guess greed kicked in a little bit. And then I lost that account. It was ridiculous, actually. But I did not expect that last move back up to the upside. But I guess in markets like this, you have to expect it. Um, so yeah, and it made the move right after 4 o'clock. But I was already okay. I lost my account. I had to close it. And I didn't look at it until this morning. Okay, of course you did it. Of course you went down to that level. Really dislike, yes, our trader. I get I feel like, I don't know, I start getting aggressive a little bit. I get really, so I have to be really careful, only paper trade. Yesterday I had, it does work on your, and you get sometimes angry, like, oh my God, it's still not going, it's still not going, it's still not going. And, it does work on people, on the brain for some reason, but I don't know. So you have to be very, very aware of it. I think no one. I mean, are there people that really like this, guys? I'm just curious because I would rather know very quickly if I'm wrong or right. Right now, you're sort of like, it could still slam down because we're still respecting that fair value gap, a very old one though. But because of not getting into this little, this is the only imbalance that it left. We have more here, but at least this one I would like to see balance out before making that move up. But so I'm sort of expecting to be taken out. But it's paper. I mean, I'm just sort of like, I use the paper trade as intel and I journal it, so I don't mind. I was shopped yesterday, but managed to escape with two. Oh, wow, well done. Would have been losses. Yeah, see that. So that's the difference between managing it properly in time or getting your account taken away. So I just have to laugh of it now that I'm like, okay, you know what? And the market was already signaling all day, like it was just not doing. But then you think of like, okay, but because you haven't done it all day, now is the time. And according to my journals, even though things happen a lot, you cannot take it as a rule, right? But it does happen in your brain. And that was like for me, like, oh yeah, I've been journaling so long, and oh, and that's why I always try to be. I always say, oh, but it's never 100%. I know that I'm saying it, but yesterday in my brain, I was so sure of that move, and it happened. It still happens. You always have to be aware that your brain is getting you into making letting you make the wrong decision. Yeah. And obviously, I didn't have proper risk management then because I was so sure. Yeah, I was so sure, but the market told me, "Hey, Martin, how are you doing?" Yeah, I think someone also said, I can't remember if it was ICT or someone else, but if you have a couple of winning trades, just scale back off because most of the times, um, I think it was ICT or someone else, and it was such a good advice because because I had really, really exceptional good days on Monday and Tuesday. But they say, like, if I remember it correctly, like if you have a couple of winning days, scale back the next day because there is always like either you get like, I don't want to use the word arrogant, but you get maybe overconfident a little bit. But it's always better to scale back after, especially when you have two exceptionally well days. because that's the day that either most people leverage up because they've been doing so well, because obviously you have a big buffer, right? But it's always good to scale down, because that loss will come, or either you are aware. And I know I can also read it here, like, oh, I should have been in the trade because the move came. But I think it's very good to be aware after you had a large win, just to halve your size, or just be aware of, okay, I had such a good 2 days. Prepare for a loss, and even though if you have a win, you still have a win, even though it might not be the max amount. But I guess it's always like, I mean, I don't think I ever had 3 massive days in a row. I think 2 are. I have to go back in my journaling, but I think I never had 2 massive days. I think max 2 days in a row, and then afterwards either it was the market was not, and I stayed out, or yeah, I think 2 is the max. I really. And yesterday I expected a 3rd one, I think, and that's my mistake. But you know what? I think you know why it happened, guys, because there's been so little A+ setups for me, because the market has been quite challenging, that I thought, oh, I have to maximize it now. So I think I think that happened to me. So I really, I journaled it, but I think now talking about it a little bit more, I'm going to adjust my journal a little bit. Because I really, it's just like, sort of like, oh my God, now the market is given that moment, so I need to maximize it, but just not really realizing that the market was, I mean, I saw what the market was doing, but just being so confident that the market would finally give that move between 3 and 4. But it happens a lot, by the way, that the move comes after 4 o'clock. It's not the first time that it happened. So, yeah. You see how now we don't get to that Asia high. The Asia high is the dashed line. So yeah, scale down after maybe after 1 or 2 massive trades, winning trades. Just scale down. I think I'm going to be more strict with that as well. Just be prepared for. And obviously I went in with minis. So full transparency. I went in with minis, which you never should do on a day like yesterday. If the market has been giving that price action all day, just keep on going, stay with micros. If it happens to me that I lose an account, I over leverage by going on with minis on high risk days that could wipe you out with one move if they, So I didn't scale down. I didn't scale up either, but it was just not the right decision to make. I think we're going to get the retracement. So I might be stopped out. It's a paper trade, so I'm letting it being stopped out just to journal it. Obviously, when I would be in a trade, I would take it out here when I see it going down, but this is all for educational purposes for myself and studying time. Like for me, it's important to see, okay, we went back, but we didn't fill in this little retracement, so it went back. So next time I know, don't enter before this happens, even though you see this. One would classify this as the silver bullet, but I don't think I really want everything to line up, and that means also leaving no imbalances. So let's see if it does it. Yeah, and Sean, it's it doesn't matter how experienced you are. There's always traps. There will always be traps, and we just need to keep on tricking the brain and be. Well, it's our own brain. It's our own limitations, right? Our own, I guess, fear and greed. I think it's if you really analyze it. It is like, I think I didn't realize that yesterday when I was journaling or this morning, but now when I talk about it, I'm like, oh yeah, maybe it was like, oh, because the market has been like this, that I feel like, oh my God, I've got to maximize it because there might not be another opportunity, and I'm not like that. I'm always like, okay, there's always, but I think that got me a little bit, and having, oh, I waited all day. So, oh, I was so patient. Look at me. I was so patient. But apparently I was not. Yeah. Patience is my impatience is my pitfall. Maybe I should have streamed. I think when I stream, I'm more aware of things, and when I'm not streaming, I tend to fall. When I fall back, it's outside stream always. I should stream 24/7 when I'm trading, I guess. You guys keep me out of issue. It doesn't happen a lot. I mean, in all honesty, guys, it's just, you get better at it, but you still fall in those traps sometimes. So for me, already this helps a lot. Putting on a paper trade, going over the logic, and already thinking, okay, you know what, I might be stopped out, but why? What did I do wrong, right? Okay, so the moment I market ordered in, I did have a limit order here, but it didn't check, and I thought, oh, because it's so small, I thought, oh, it did wick into it, but later on I saw it did not wick into this imbalance, and instantly I said, oh, we might not get to this level straight away now. This is the only imbalance that we have, and also looking at the time, 10 past 3. So technically, we don't consider this, the macro officially runs the official macros, we should say. So this is not normally we would say, oh, it retested within the macro, but it did not. It just sort of imbalanced it, go back up, and then goes back down. So now let's see what we get. And then we might have a nice macro at 350 to 410. But I would like to see this also being mitigated. Let's see. I'm going to be stopped out. So that will be, so I don't know, what time did I get in? What was I seeing? When did I realize already, like, okay, this might not work? So now we are here. We're at 3 o'clock. Let's see what it does. That's 3:30. Where's midnight? Midnight is here. Okay. Maybe I'm not stopped out. Maybe this is the level it's going to use. Let's see. Hey Michael, how are you doing? Goedemorgen, goedemorgen. Good morning, good morning. It feels so weird, Michael, if I say something in Dutch. I don't speak Dutch a lot anymore since I live in South Africa. And sometimes I feel like, hey Beast, how are you doing? Beast, I don't think I've seen you for a couple of days, if I'm mistaken. I sound really, if I hear myself, I'm like, I sound so weird now. Like I'm having an accent, or really I'm articulating Dutch words like I never used to do. Like it's becoming not my first language anymore, but my second. I'm like, why are you talking so weird? Because we have a few Dutch people living here in this town, and then I speak Dutch. I'm like, it sounds so weird. I don't know. So I just said goedemorgen. I'm like, why are you saying the G so articulated? Okay, this is interesting. So you see this little wick here, that was at 10 past 3. Now we're back. Now I'm very interested to see if we're not going to go any lower, then I guess then this is all the imbalance that it wants to. to have mitigated, then it's going to leave this. Like, well, we'll see. I mean, what time did it do this? 3:36, 3:35, 3:36. Okay, well, we'll see. We just see it as education. I mean, we just go over logic, like what is price doing. Do we have another fair value gap that we can use? Let me see on the 15, a little bit closer. Okay, it's using this order block here. What's holding us down? Okay, I want to use something. Hold on. I'm going to go on the 1 hour here. I'm going to mark something here. I like this wick. I want to see if this is going to help us. Let's see if we can get some logic out of this. No, not you. I want you. Oh, I like that. Okay, let's get back to the 1 minute. Ooh, that wick, that is interesting. The quarter level is exactly at Asia high, and the 0.5 level of that wick is right over here. And then we have the quarterly level. So the blue line is a quarter, blue line is a quarter level, red line 1/3, and then the red line is the 0.5, matches up with 0.5 of the OTE level, which matches up with the event horizon, where my stop is, okay, where my TP is, sorry. Okay, let's see if 340, if we start running at 340, if it really starts running and goes over Asia, then we might get a large run all the way up to the end. Who said 25? We have someone who said 25,000. Just rejected the 200 SMA. Yeah, Martin, I look at all fair value gaps. I do. I don't always mark them, but I have them in my I don't need to mark the 3 fair value gap because I'm using the time here, so I'm aware of this one here. But I look at all of them, yes. I have other charts open with all fair value gaps, but this I tend to I take it a little bit further. I use very old ones that I think that might be handy in this. As you can see here, it's been using this one. So I take it a little bit further. The ones that I use are pretty older. Now, looking at the 4 hour, do we expect expansion, right? We already created a fair value gap here. The question is it going to expand or is it just going to form, I call it 1 hour or 4 hour babies. Normally we have 15-minute babies. Look what we have here. We have a wickless candle. So I expect, if I look at the 1 hour, I can expect the distribution into this one here, which matches up with the 0.5 level. I think my TP is still conservative, but I mean, I'm being punished if I go to, I cannot be greedy anymore. I've been punished already with that. So I have to be more conservative with 894. It's all the way up here. We might use this wick here. Yeah, for me this event horizon is key. So that's the midpoint of that N walk. I'm not even interested in this level right now. The event horizon is also there's a gap on the 1 hourly, but I do think it might go a little bit higher because, but then we're in this premium, so I still think we're going to get a nice retracement at some point. But I think we might form the London high somewhere around here. Yeah, Martijn, they are a roadmap. I mean, it's just like a roadmap, right? I'm trying to just keep my charts a little bit cleaner and just put those on that I think might be in play. Because if you let me just do whatever I want, my charts will be fully all full. Because I've got another screen I can show you guys here. Well, I mean, you guys are gonna get epileptic episodes looking at this. But that's all data that I just use, and it's not even complete here. But I look at it and then I just try to think, okay, what do I need? I also add the opening range gaps. I also use those, but I steered away a little bit from that because it's just too much data. So Martijn, don't worry about it. I think I can take you down the rabbit hole with that. To be honest, I've been studying. I was using already those fair value gap. Even though in ICT, not even. I was thinking about it, and I was like, okay, 9:30. And I started testing a few specific times, and I mean, like I said, I'm actually the market does only two things: balance out imbalances and seeks liquidity. So the logic is, if you find the proper imbalances, that you know where's the market going to, what does it want to imbalance, and when does it seek liquidity, and that's literally it. That's really the simplified version of what the market does. Now, is it simple? No, not at all. Yeah, I know. Yes, yeah. Event horizons are also a thing between NWalks, but also between yeah. So, but you'll see when I point out the event horizon here, a lot of the times on the NWalks here, if you go back, you will see it's most likely also either an event horizon or a fair value gap. It matches up with it a lot of the time. Black Pearl, where do you think it will go in London open, as it's already fairly high from the lows? Well, I think it's seeking premium to. Let me show you on the 15-minute. So I'm using the OTE levels. So I started with this range, like, okay, are we just going to mitigate this range, or is the market planning to go higher? So when I noticed that we were going above this area here, took the next range where we went short, and I just took the 50% here, which matches up here exactly. You see the 0.5 level here matches exactly with the N walk, the event horizon of the N walk. So I like this level. So that's why I think, but up here, I don't have any edge because it could go up to 702, it could go up to 602. So then I just want to watch. So my TP will just be here, and then I'll just watch. Martijn, I know that the Brox has been saying that, but for me, I don't want to get into that because algorithmically, I think it's just calculating algorithmically. The algorithm starts at midnight. But if you calculate it to Zurich time, for example, it doesn't matter what you use, but you have to calculate just where the algorithm starts. And it doesn't matter if you use Eastern or whatever time you use. But you have to just, it starts at a specific time and it doesn't matter. I know that Brox is using Zurich, but I don't want to. I like what he's doing, but for me, it's like, you know what? I'm so used to Eastern. It's just, I don't know why, and he doesn't go into it in his video. I don't know why he uses, but he lives in Norway, right? He is Norwegian, I believe. So I'm thinking maybe he's using the European time because he is. So I'm trying to figure that out as well because I'm interested. I mean, I like what the guy's doing. Don't get me wrong. I love Susie, Frank, and Brox. I think Jamie hasn't been really. I haven't seen much of him lately, to be honest. But I like what these guys are doing, and I always watch what they're doing. But I still haven't figured out what that is with that Zurich time. So if you do know, elaborate why he's using it, because I just don't want to. I'm not rushing in anything like, oh my god, he's using Zurich time, so now I have to. But he's using Goldbach, right? But Goldbach, Hopi himself. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. If there's any Hopi Goldbach traders, doesn't Hopi himself trade with Eastern? Hopi Plaka. The BI, what's BIS, Martijn? The BIS is in Basel, and also ICT mentioned that and talked short about. Oh, did he? So what is BIS? It's, guys, I'm interested in Hopi, and I love Goldbach because I think that it is the market. It's all algorithmic, so it works in sequences and it follows an algo, and it's either algo 1 or algo 2, so it makes sense. I do believe there's more algos, right? But there's only 2 algos that are really, and they follow a script. It's as simple as that. It's just a script, and everything is in cycles. So for me, it's all about understanding what that is, and I'm still not haven't managed it to get to a level that I want to, but it's definitely on my. I'm looking into it. Yeah, it's all about logic. It's like you make everything mechanical, and I've got one chart open with the Goldbach levels just to watch, but now Brox came with the basal time, and I'm like, oh my god, there's now new things, and I'm already, it's like it never ends. But yeah, I'm most likely going to be stopped out. I know, I'm aware. It makes sense, right? You know why? This is a rejection block now. So on the 15 minute, we have a rejection here. And I'm expecting this to be a rejection block. And it doesn't mean it's a rejection in the sense we're going to go down, but a rejection could also be one move to the downside, so one 15-minute candle and go back up. But you see this candle here in this area, this is a rejection block now. But now, when it's done the job as a rejection, this now is my point of liquidity. So if it does use this as the max, it doesn't seem, again, it's being held up so artificially. It doesn't even go into this fair value gap, right? Or here on the 15-minute. You see all those little gaps. When you have spotty gaps when I always say I don't like it when it's spotty, if you go on the higher time frame, you always see larger gaps as well. So it's not like, oh my God, it just represents on the higher time frame also gaps and just imbalances. Spottiness on the lower time frame is just creating a lot of imbalances on the higher time frame. But look, it's not even going there. It's just leaving them. Crazy, right? But does anyone know if Hopi, or so the one who is a Goldbach is Hopi Plaka, um, is using Eastern, or is he also using that basal time? Oh, Bank for International Settlements. Okay, gotcha. Okay, yeah, okay. Hey, Martijn, Martijn, listen, I made in the Discord, I made a Goldbach page, because, hey, where's my girl, by the way? Where's my Seek for Wisdom? I haven't seen you around. Seek for Wisdom, if you're here, say hello. I haven't seen you for a while. We were talking about Goldbach, by the way, and we were sharing some, we were going back and forth. And I said, you know what? Because I'm also interested in it, I'll make a page so we can either, with some other people who are interested. Oh, my TP is being hit. The weirdest trade ever, to be honest. It did go to this level. It just retested 3 o'clock. Let me check. So the 3 o'clock was, yeah. Okay, we hit 0.5. So Sean, I just don't want to get to the point that I say bulls are income, because I think we could slam down any time. The moment we get into premium, I'm so, yeah. It's an old 3 o'clock, right? I deleted it. I can point it out. If I put back everything that I deleted, I'm just doing Control Z, and you'll see the one that I deleted. Oh shit, hold on. You'll see that 3 o'clock. I just deleted that one. Oh, okay, it doesn't come back. Well, anyway, it's yesterday's 3 o'clock, right? Yeah. But Martijn, you know what? I think I'll do I think in the Discord outside YouTube, I think I'll do a Goldbach a session with people whoever is interested, and we might go into it together and just see what we have, and maybe do some a Discord session. I'll do a poll who's interested, and I'll do it on Discord. We don't have to do it on because I think it's nice to combine it. So Martijn, do you use it a lot? Okay, let me do a poll. Who's interested? Start a poll. The first poll: are you using Goldbach in your setups? Hey, don't worry, MNBV. I have no. I am. We need someone who already knows some stuff already. But yes, I'm coming. Hold on, I need to go. Let me just do the poll. Yes, hold on. Yes, what? Who's here? Police? Okay. Yes. I need to go. The police is here for the break-in, guys. I need to go down very quickly. I'll be right back. Um. Okay, just watch the levels here. I need to go to the. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. Let me just attend to the police quickly. Okay, here we go. We're back. Okay. I'm sorry about that, guys. It's still from the it's still from that break-in. So they did fingerprints. Now they come back for something else. So I mean, not too bad. Okay, Martijn, you combined GBDLS and broke stuff. Learning, but eventually, let's go, Bulls. Yes, yes, let's go. Okay, 4 o'clock. Um, okay, so my edge is gone now because we are in premium, and that was just my. We're above event horizon, but now we might go up here. But this would have been my edge. I needed to have a runner, but I don't, as you can see. And let's go back to the one. I don't trust it too much now anymore because we're above the event horizon. We're in premium, and I want to see a pullback, to be honest. But look, we have the wick that I used. We have we have a pass through, so that's bullish, right? Remember what ICT taught us? When you have pass through those wicks, that is bullish. So this wick is gone. Now I think, yeah, get rid of it. Let's go to the top. Daily open, previous day EQ. So previous day EQ is midnight to midnight. The midpoint. So I just want to see the poll. Oh, Danik, welcome to the family, and Rafsan Ahmed, also welcome to the family, guys. Yeah. Yes, no. 75% no. Okay, my next poll will be, would you be interested in learning? I guess the best way to learn it is to go to the source himself, but we could just make a bit of a does it interest you? Would you be in a Discord stream? For base, it's just the basics, yes. Just getting an idea. I mean, even though if it were with 2 or 3 people, I would be open for it, to be honest. Yes. If we have almost 70 people, let me know, guys. Don't be shy to if you're not interested, let me know as well, because it gives me a good idea where we stand. Look how this is so interesting for me. How the 3 o'clock, the only valuable fair value gap that we printed was right over here, right? So here we went into it at 10 past, but that wasn't the real. This one was the one that was of significance at 3:36. So it was just this little gap that was utilized. It left all this spottiness. So for me, I like it. Why? It gives me a lot of intel for New York. So I'm already not expecting a trend day. Why? Because we've got so many. Look at these levels here. These are so going to be so juicy. So are we going to get maybe a continuation day today? Like, are we going to maybe we're going to just spike up to 520ish? It could go. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised now if we're going to keep on going. Then you get you get like a large pullback. This is now a beautiful breaker. Here, look at this one here. I'm just going to wait. For me now, my trade will be waiting for the breaker retest. Look how beautiful we have now. because I'm not in this trade anymore, but I'm fine because I'm already, using this intel for a trade. I'm just gonna wait until we get a pullback into this 15-minute breaker. I use the 15-minute a lot. Let me just change this. And that means I have to wait a little bit, but let me just quickly. Yes, 8 votes. Okay, interesting. Okay, guys, I think we're gonna do that. I'm gonna do another poll, and the next one will be who already has basic knowledge and wants to be the speaker. So the part of the Discord actually was that I am not the one. The part actually the reason for my Discord was that you guys will also be the ones that are able to talk and communicate and um, hold on, I just need to put the breaker. So for those who missed the move, no worries. It is setting up beautifully for a New York session. 15-minute breaker here. But mind you, we still have New York here, so we might disrespect the break. So you want to be careful. Preferably, we would like to see a retest, and maybe it goes up before New York. So, and then we might attack New York we might turn bearish again. So preferably, I would like to see a retest before we hit New York. Let's see. And then we attack this area and go back down. Yeah, that would be nice. You're still targeting 25.90. Yeah, daily open is in there. I think daily open. I like daily open. It's a gap here. You see gap, daily open. Beautiful. Market maker model. Sell side, buy side. We go back into original consolidation. But you always have to be careful. It could reverse at 702 already. But I mean, look at this little gap here. Okay. Let's see if we get continuation after 10 past 4, and then I might enter another paper trade. We might keep going until 5:20 to the move. Look at that volume imbalance at the 1 hour and 3 o'clock at 6 o'clock. Yeah, I already noted that one. Yes. It's already on my. We have another one that's here. You see the difference how price is printing here already, right? I like it. Still targeting 25.90. Okay, so 13 votes, that's enough already. People are interested, 85%, no 15, but 85% from 13 votes. Good. Okay, I'm going to do a next poll. Who has basic knowledge of Gopa and would like to share their in Discord? Who has basic knowledge of Goldbach and would like to share that knowledge in the Discord session that we're going to organize? Just say yes or no, so we get an idea. It's no worry. If you say no, it's no problem, guys. That means you don't have enough basic knowledge and you don't want to share. You could have the knowledge, but maybe you don't want to share. That's also your prerogative. It will be difficult for me to organize it because I don't think I'm at the level that I can really lead it. So that's why I'm asking. So we need someone to that has the knowledge and is willing to share it to. Hey, mototerapia. Mejor moto, Roscoe. Hey, so motorcycling is your therapy. I can understand that. Freedom. Yes. Ooh, okay, that's interesting. I like that. I like that. We have someone who is willing to do so. Okay, for that one who is willing to do so, give me let me know in the Discord so we can 'cause I think it's interesting also to I'm really interested to also deepen the knowledge and we can start implementing it here just on the side. It doesn't have to be the main thing, but for those who are using it, so we can, maybe improve our trades or use it as an extra confluence, right? So I do have the books. I'm already reading some stuff about it. So, and I have one screen open with it, so I'm always looking at it, but I still feel, and sometimes I watch YouTube, but it's still, I'm a little bit confused sometimes. Okay, guys, I appreciate you sharing your opinions. And it doesn't matter if it's a small group. It's just for those. We'll do more of these topics, maybe whatever is of any. If you guys, if there's any other topics you guys are interested in that's outside ICT, but sort of in line with it, and you're like, hey, how about this? And could you give that a little bit more attention? We could also look into that. So just you know, just let me know in the chat or in the Discord. But I think Gopach will be the first one. We will try to organize something. I like it. I like the idea. It makes me exciting. Hey, we're all lifetime student here. I love to keep learning and keep evolving. So anything that will help me become a better trader, I'm all for it. Okay, let's see. Oh, 1571. Okay, so for my student, I've got one student. I'm not doing any course selling, but I've got one student. Freya, especially for you. 15-minute breaker. And for anyone, I mean, when you see a 15-minute breaker like this, you want to mark it and really just, especially when you have a big pass through. Now the only thing that concerns me a little bit is the midnight here. Like I would have loved that we already mitigate at midnight and then the breaker retest and then we go up. Hey Andre, how are you doing? Okay, let's see. 4:15. I don't think the London high is in yet. What do you guys think? Uh-oh. The start of the year, the volatility has been amazing. Yeah. Yeah, volatility-wise, no complaints at all. I agree with you. Well, I mean, to be honest, the volatility, we didn't have volatility until a couple of weeks ago, right? It was, but now it's really nice. It's really now volatile enough. Volatile enough for me to lose my eval yesterday, though. Daily will be in a LDN session. Yeah, day open. I think so too. I think we're gonna hit the. We're gonna go for a pre-market London pre-market daily open, right? Last 5 day average 189. Yeah, we love it. I mean, I love volatility. I mean, but yeah. I want to see. I wouldn't mind if we go down into this fair value gap. We retest it, and then we go back up. Or if we don't do that in London, we might use it later. But the question is, oh, let me do the 2R. Oh, yeah, this is the thing for those. Breakers give 2R trades a lot of the times. A lot of the times. Does this level match up? Ooh, look at that, guys. Look at this. Where is my 2R? If I match 2R, is the top of the N wall exactly. Look at that. But that is most of the time after the breaker retest. So I'm not going to anticipate. I'm going to wait. I might miss the move. I'm not going to be. I'm going to wait for the 15-minute retest. So if I miss the move, I'm going to miss the move. But I want that retest because we left. Look, we left so much, and we might even retest a little bit lower. But let's see, we get the retest down to the 15-minute breaker, and we didn't read. We just slammed all the way up, right? Yeah, okay. It's very close to the daily open. 30 points. But This is just a very, if I would get in now, that will be chasing for me because I don't have a runner anymore. So, but very mechanical. If it's a mechanical trade, it will make sense that we go back into the range because we left, look how many imbalances we have left behind. We technically didn't have a silver bullet, did we? Because we have the daylight, London didn't change time, right? Only the US, if I'm correct. Or did London? So technically, the 4 a.m. is actually the first presented fair value gap, right? Is it 3:59? Oh, we don't even have one on 4 o'clock. That's interesting. Because technically, wouldn't the 11 p.m. 15-minute candle the breaker for the buy? Then at 1 a.m. we had the FUG. Let me see what Bowser is saying. Because Bowser knows what he's talking about. But you're using this one here. Is that one you're using? Wouldn't the 11 p.m. I don't know what you're looking at, Bowser, but I'm looking at this structure here. The breaker, we go, so we have a low, a high, we take liquidity here in Asia, then we turn, so here we start being, so here we have the first, we have the change in the state of delivery right over here. So this is still not a breaker. We activated this breaker here with this candle, with this pass through. So this is now my 15-minute breaker. And this is the unicorn. I don't see the 11. Am I missing something? 11. So I'm looking at the other side of the, so the breaker would be on the other side, has to be on the, when we were still on the sell side of the curve. So it's a retracement, the last retracement before we have the change in the state of delivery. So here we're still going down. We have the last retracement up, and there here we take out the liquidity, and here we have the turn, which was literally Asia, the low of Asia. This is a nice two candle formation. That's how I'm using them. The last up candle before the low. Yeah, well, you can use it as a breaker, yes, but I don't like these candles. But if this is obviously you can use it, but it's a small, it's just a small range. But on the 15-minute, this is a proper breaker setup. If you want the two candle formations, which are the strongest, but sometimes if they fill, right? I mean, they don't always work. Let's see. Let me use. I in my journaling, these don't tend to be so strong, or they just. It still gave 2R and stopped exactly here, right, into that one. So for a smaller trade, yeah, it's literally up to here. I think it was up to 4 o'clock or 3:15, and now this one is in play. This one just tells me that there's more room to the upside. This one on the lower time frame gave us, I think this one. Let's go to the lower time frame. I want to mark this candle. I think there was a nice breaker setup here as well. But then just lower time frame. You have a unicorn here as well. Now this was the mitigation block. Remember I said this was the mitigation? And I said it's the same. I pointed out the mitigation block here. And I said, oh, it doesn't matter if it's a mitigation. It's still bullish on the lower time frame. So let's go to the one. Mitigation or breaker block. It doesn't matter. They all have the same bullishness after a turn. Let me see, what time was it? Um, I think it was 5 minutes. Let me see. Yeah, here's your, this is the one you were talking about. Yeah, exactly. On the lower time frame, definitely, yes. No, but Bowser, yes, yes, yes. This is a perfect breaker on the 1 minute. Perfect, perfect, perfect. This is a perfect breaker, but I use this area, I use this as the mitigation block on the higher time frame as well. But this is also a breaker. Yes, yes, yes. 150, and we were, yes, 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 definitely. So it's all fractal, but on the higher time frame now we activated this 15-minute one. So we're in continuation, but we want to retest. This one is like, okay, this shows you the beauty of it here. Now we are waiting. So here's a beautiful example. Breaker, breaker. This is the 1 minute. We go back and forth. We activate the breaker here, but we go down here. So here we disrespect this breaker, right? So actually this breaker is not valid anymore because we went lower. So at that moment, when we are doing this, we were actually, this became the breaker, the new breaker, because we disrespected this one, right? You see that here? We went lower here, so now this became the breaker. You got a low, a high, a low, a low. But because this didn't take out liquidity, this became a mitigation block. That was the difference. So this wasn't the breaker anymore because it got disrespected by, we went lower. There was no retest of this. We went lower. So then this, what we could use was the mitigation block, which is literally has the same meaning. You have a low, a high, but this low didn't take out any liquidity. So this one failed, but one could argue that this one was still valid. But if I see this happen, I just look forward and I said, okay, it's a mitigation block, but it still has. So here, during the 150 macro that I marked, that's why I went long already. I was trying to go long. We mitigated this one. So this is, do you understand the difference between the mitigation block and the fair value gap? So the mitigation block doesn't take out liquidity. That's the difference. But it's still a unicorn, right? So when we start retesting this area, you want to look at these areas as well, because obviously we have more here. But it could happen as well that we go lower, like here, and form a new mitigation block. But the most perfect entry would be in this, that doesn't go lower here, it just taps into the point. But there is, it could go lower and also mitigate these areas if we go lower, just like we did here. But most perfect thing would be just using this fair value gap and leaving this and go up. But we'll see. I think we might still do it in pre-market. We'll watch together because it's very interesting. Because this was the change of that. Because I used in my analysis today the mitigation block, and I did not use because this was too wicky for me. I didn't like it. But technically, the whole breaker is still here. So then one could argue, yes, it went lower, but it didn't go lower than this. So it's the mitigation block here, and this is the breaker block. But I just used the mitigation because it was just a nicer two candle formation, and this is too wicky. But technically, mitigation and breaker still in play. If you go to the PDRA mark, the PDRA method it's still in sequence, right? But the same can happen here. Even it could go lower. So you want to mark, if this is going to be the range, which seems to be, you want to have your OTE levels. And here, this is where Hopi comes in, which will make it a lot easier if you understand. I think if you know Goldbach, you can understand on which levels do they form the breaker, the fair value gap, the order block, and stuff like that. If you are able to complement it with that, I think that will make it a lot easier also for me to get more confidence on what to use. Okay, let's see. Now, I think we can consider this balanced here. Hey Pia, how are you doing? Knowledge, nuggets, and Q has formed a 5-minute IFUG in 1 hour bearish FUG. Let's have a look. Oh, what happened here? NQ has formed a 5-minute. Oh, hold on. NQ has formed a 5-minute IFUG in a 1 hour bearish IFUG. Yes. No, not really. I think it's still bullish. Oh. Okay, let's see if we're going to touch the breaker. Maybe even go to this fair value gap again. Yes, Bowser, I watched it. Yes. And I've been already doing some research combining because I lost an eval yesterday because I thought at 3 o'clock I would get the move down. And the same logic, what he explained, happened literally around that time, because also that 1:30 that afternoon session, it was a little bit different, but I was literally like, okay. But it was very interesting. Yeah, it's very interesting. I like it. I like the session. Yes, 14 votes. Okay. Hey Bowser, are you using? I think you came in later, right? I don't know what time you came in, because I know you probably just woke up. I'm gonna do a session. I want to do a Goldbach. I don't have enough knowledge, but we have someone who's willing to share the basic knowledge. It's just basic. Are you using Goldbach as well? I'm just curious. Pia is looking for buys from 24,827. I like that level. Yes, I hope we're not going to go lower between this fair value gap that I marked and this area. So that will be retesting the 15-minute breaker and not going lower. But we have a lot of imbalances here, but we'll see. Yeah, it will be interesting to see is this the breaker that we're using, or are we going to also use, is there information here that we might need to use because there are so many imbalances here? But I think this 9 o'clock, I like this 9 o'clock one. 369. I was here at 2, but fell. Yeah, Bowser, my voice seems to have that. If I start talking on the stream, my cats instantly go to sleep. It's like they are running around, and the moment I start doing the stream, they go on the desk here and they fall asleep. I'm like, am I that boring? Apparently, for them, they're like, oh my god, here she goes again. It's gonna take hours, guys. Let's go to bed. Let's sleep. I actually haven't fed them their tuna, but Did we take out Asia High? Hey, Black Purse. I like that name. Ooh, we've got another cat person here. Hey, listen, I love all. I mean, I'm obsessed with. Part of moving to South Africa is that I wanted to be part of conservation as well here. I used to work for Elephants Alive when I was back in Hoesbrug, but I have a fascination for all animals except roosters. But cats are just leopards, lions. Ugh, I just love cats a lot. South African wildcat. One of my cats is half African wildcat, but she's not wild at all. But hey, if you come here and you attack me, I think she's gonna kill you. So black pearls, I have a thing with black cats as well. I always need to have one black cat, so I think I was a witch in my previous life. Are you into black cats? Is it safe? Yes, black pearls. It is safe to travel in South Africa. I live, well, we had a break-in this week. That's the first time, but that was just I share a property with another guy. There are two houses on the property, and he wasn't here for a while. And so I was here. Yeah, I've got one black cat as well. I always have one black cat. The universe always shows me to get one black cat for some reason. So, but she's turning into a ginger for some reason. I think because of the sun. So I'm like, what happened to you? The universe wants me to have a black cat. But yeah, South Africa is safe enough, but you have to be. You cannot drive into townships. Then it's sort of a problem. But if you know, I always drive. You can rent a car, but you have to. In the town that I live, I drive with my windows open, but once I leave the town, I do close up everything. But in the areas where I reside, everything is open. I have my doors open here. I feel very safe here. But I'm aware that outside specific areas, you have to be cautious. The moment I'm outside and I get into my car, first thing I do is lock the doors. But where I live and the areas where I reside, I don't do that. But outside those areas, I'm always aware that things are a little bit different. But I think I feel actually more safe here than back in the Netherlands, to be honest. But you have to be aware and vigilant that in certain areas things are different. That's just using, just common sense. But if you want to travel and you go to touristic areas, you still have to be vigilant. But you know, for example, I was with a friend of mine. I took him to Kruger, and we were driving, and I said, "I'm going to the bathroom. Could you mind my stuff?" And you know what he did? And I was like, and he was used to be very smart. So my car, he left my bag was in the car, and he left the door open, and he was sitting like 5 meters away from the car with everything open. So I came back and I said, "What are you doing?" He says, "Yeah, I'm watching it." And I said, "We're in South Africa. One is going to come from the back, stab you, and they're going to take my car. That's how it works here. You're giving them an opportunity." And he said, "Huh?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "You're watching it. That doesn't work here." Things work a little bit differently here. You just have to it's not like, oh, I'm going to sit 5 meters away from it and leave everything for grabs. It's just, yeah, it's just a little bit different. But yeah, but I think it's very safe. But you just are aware of things. Are you planning to come to South Africa, or where are you from, Black Pearls? Okay, we're just waiting for it to come down into the. I love South Africa. I just love it here. Okay, let's see. 4:40 almost. we want to see where, if it's going to be very aggressive, it's going to go in here, or is it going to resist here already? Now, I want to point out some things already here. So if you look at the higher time frame here, you would see, oh, we're going back into original consolidation, so you could already reverse any time here, right? So we have to be very vigilant that it could fail, but we still have the daily open here and previous day, the midpoint of previous day as well. So midnight to midnight, we still did not mitigate that. So I'm expecting this to be a retest on the higher time frame, but we'll see. You saw that the 4 a.m. FUG previous 3 a.m. got inverted. Yeah, I see it, but we opened here, we are higher, and then we're retracing. So, but I don't know. It's not. I still think the higher. This is on the 5 minute. I'm looking at the 15. That's why I want to see how it reacts here. You always invert something, right? At some point. Look, if we start really blasting through, we did. I also saw that we retested the 4 o'clock here at 4:35. So we're just watching. If it starts really go very fast to these levels, and obviously this will fail. Um, I'm still bullish because we still have this daily open and this gap up here. Um, but until I'm bullish until proven that I'm wrong. We might get 1 hour, a 1 hour candle like this. What time is it? Oh yes, let's see the 4 hour. How does a 4 hour look? See, I like this reaction, guys. So this could be a turtle soup for me. I'm gonna paper trade it, I think. Oh, I need to go to the bathroom again. I would like to enter here, but I don't like the time. Oh, sorry, guys. Yeah, I need to go to the bathroom, but I want to get in. I'm just gonna paper trade it. My stop loss is gonna be, I'm gonna use this fair value gap. My TP is gonna be previous day EQ. It's gonna be it. Okay, I'll be right back. Yeah. Beautiful retest. Okay, let's see if it needs to go over 4 o'clock though. So Andre is saying about the inversion, but look, see how spotty it printed here? I don't see this as a BPR for me, and when it's really like a BPR and it's really like we have a solid no imbalance at left, but you can already see here on the 1 minute that how it's printing. It's not really well. It did actually uh, balance out this, but then again it left this little one here. So I'm still having hope in this setup. Let's see. If it starts going back down, obviously it could fill. But let's see. We're above 4 o'clock again, so that's bullish. I like that. But I want to see expansion. But these are the best reactions that you want. This is how you want to be a breaker. But I want to. It needs to really expand fast and not go back. But it's still early. What time did we retest? 4:41, 4:42. At 4:10. Retest. Mm, 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 mm. Same bullish structure still. Activation of the breaker. You retest the full breaker. Another session, another leg up. Beautiful. Very pretty. You see, we've got another breaker here. Just absolutely beautiful. Very pretty. You see how patience is rewarded when you wait for a setup like this, right? And then you take the last bit up. Yeah, it's not too bad. It doesn't get more beautiful than this breaker retest is really very pretty. Very, very pretty. 450. Let's see. I'm expecting 2 candles down, and then I want to see expansion to the upside again. If it starts going down after 53, I'm going to get out. Now, one thing we have to be aware of is that it's a 15-minute breaker. It doesn't have to go there now. It could take its time. We could go into consolidation and keep retesting some areas. That's something you have to be aware of. Like if you want to use a breaker and you use this one for a scalp, that's something you always have to, the higher time frame you go, the longer it can take for a level to work. So you want to study that. So I'm not expecting maybe that level to be hit in this macro, for example. So I'm already thinking, because we got news, right? It might not take it out and use it for that level during news. So you want to be aware of that. That's the only downside of a time like this. So let's see what it does. So we have a small breaker here. This is 2R. It could just stop here and then just go into consolidation and leave this for news. And go back and forth without breaking and still be bullish, right? So in other conditions, when you have normal conditions, when we're like in New York and you have a session like this, then and you have a run, then when everything runs normally, it takes out the level within a macro. Now you just have to be aware because how price has been behaving. It might not do it right now. Let's see how far it will take us. 453. Okay, you need to start moving your ass. I'm not entering on my on any accounts. I'm just gonna let this one play out on paper. Um, um, I don't know, Michael, with this news coming, they might leave everything is being left. They don't take out the previous day highs, lows, all the apparent PD arrays or the imbalances or liquidity points are just being left. So 455. See, I don't like this now. Let's see. I think this price action is going to be left for a low resistance liquidity run or a large manipulation wick. So I think we'll go up before we take this out. This is all manipulation. Yeah. Let's see. I haven't eaten a lot, and I'm like, I can hear my belly going. I'm trying to expand my. I ate a big pizza yesterday, so I thought, okay, my breakfast has to be later today. Equal highs. Okay, I can take this one off. We know that the 2R from that breaker is just up to here. Equal. It could form another low here because this would be a beautiful breaker. So we could go one leg lower, retest this little bit here, and then go back up. Still, because it's created nice, beautiful equal highs here. We rejected into it. We're going down, but we could go low. Let's see what it does. Okay, never mind. Well, I wouldn't mind. I actually would have put my stop. I wouldn't mind if it goes one leg lower and then, which is still very bullish. It doesn't matter because it's just still retesting. But preferably you don't want to see too many retests of a breaker because at some point they're not valid anymore. Where's the low? Here, 30%. Well, let's see. Yeah. 5 o'clock. Okay. Yeah, we want to see some downward pressure at the hour because that's positive because we want to form the wick to the downside and we want more bullishness. We like it if it goes down because that forms the wick of the continuation, right? We're still within the full breaker. This is the breaker retest. Now, if it would go lower, I would still wouldn't panic. It might stop me out, for example, but I would still watch this area because, like I said, this is just, I would still wouldn't mind if it wakes one leg lower, but it has to stay preferably above this fair value gap. But the best scenario would be just getting out of here. We have a bearish fair value gap, but you also have a bullish fair value gap, right? You see that? So we could go into this wick also a little bit, which makes sense. Let's see. 5 + 4 + 5. Okay, I'm looking at the in the meantime, I'm watching with one eye, but from 20 votes, we've got 25% that is yes, said yes, who has basic knowledge of GPO. That's pretty awesome. I'm looking forward to that session, guys. I will organize that and see whenever we can have a nice meetup on the topic. And as there's more no's than yes, I won't make it too. I won't emphasize it too much on the YouTube stream, but yeah, we could have a Discord tab on that. Mm, okay, we're going outside the breaker a little bit. It's the end of the macro. Not too surprised of this price action. Macro almost done. Yeah, I'm watching the hourly candle closely here. Um, we're entering the last hour of the 4 hour candle. So if this is the full move, if we're going to get it in this 4 hour candle, obviously we don't have much, we don't need to do a lot. So it will stall. But it could also do it in the next 4 hour candle because we've got news, right? So that's the only, that's why I said we might go down, we might consolidate here. Let's see how the 4 hour looks. Yeah. Just a warnings head up. There might be an alarm going off because they're installing or repairing the alarm system that didn't work apparently Monday, so they might test it. So there might be some alarms set off for anyone who is. 15 minute as well as 5 minute busy still holds. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's we've got news in a few hours, so obviously it's not. I think they will take out if they want if it wants to go higher to the daily open, it might do it at news time. It's a large. This is a large area. It could do a lot here, but I think this is going to be a. Okay, now look here, this area here. Do you see any resemblance? Do you see what it's doing? It's mimicking. This is almost now the same structure. So you have a retest here. Retest, we go up, we go down. We're doing that right now. You see here? Oh, my internet. You see the structure here? It's almost the same, right? Retest, retest. We go very deep into this U. It's a little bit different here. It's technically this session here. We've got one retest here, 125. We break it. We go one leg deeper into it here. We got sensitivity. What time is it? 14. Come on, go lower. One more leg. A little bit. This is your order block, your bullish order block. Hey, part trader, how are you doing? You see the midpoint of this fair value gap is also the midpoint of this order block. So in order for it to stay bullish, I don't want it to go below. So technically my stop should be here, not here. If I'm going to be stopped out, I need to journal that. I didn't see the order block. 9 minute. Okay, stopped up. 17 past. I want this fair value gap to be a barrier. I don't even want it to come here, to be honest. Good, thanks. Not a great week so far, but floating. You mean with trading wise, it's been tough. Trading wise, it has not been easy. On the 15, we also have, look, we have a suspension block here. Ooh, I didn't see those as well. It might go much lower. Here we go, suspension. Let's see. So if we go lower, but we stay in this bearish, in this bullish fair value gap, I do get bearish if we start breaking this one, though, to be honest. Now on the 15 minute, are we going to go back up? No, we're not. We're not going to go straight back up for sure. So we've got a flat bottom here. On the 15, we could go back to discount in here and then maybe go back up. All possible. I mean, we've got news, right? Last week were better than, yeah, the London sessions have been horrible this week. But New York has been fine on Monday and Tuesday. Yesterday was both shit. Today, a little bit better, to be honest, in London. I must say, I'm not too disappointed. I haven't traded my evos though. But yeah, it's not lately. It's been a tough price action. And you know, also like what I said, you have to take smaller trades. Like example here, the breaker retest here was beautiful, but also again, it was just a smaller trade. It didn't go back up to the daily open, right? And everything as a distribution, the distribution was all the way from here. But then again, we caught a couple of smaller trades though at the 215 macro. But they were not large distribution moves, like a full distribution candle. But they're still, I mean, it's still I mean, it wasn't too bad, to be honest. And it did what we anticipated it to do. Now, this was a little bit too overzealous to expect this after a move like this, right? So the breaker retest, there was a breaker retest, but it did not give the 2R. And You know, we also are in a 15-minute fair value gap, news coming, so I still think we're going to hit this level here at some point today. 521. I really want to see how we're gonna. On the 4 hour, I think we're still gonna have a little bit of a bullish candle. So I don't. I wonder if it's really gonna continue to become a doji. I think it might stop here somewhere. Hold on. Just want to see what it does. It might just spike back up here and then continue maybe the move to the upside. Let's see. Yeah, I like what I'm seeing here. It's creating, it doesn't, I don't want it to touch, go below 3 o'clock. Create an extra low here, equal low. See that? Is it equal? I think so. Ooh, that would be spicy. Yes, this is equal. Okay, leave that please. NQ, please leave that. Okay, let me go to the lower time frame now. Okay, here we go. Okay, let's see if we're going to start 522. 807. I have no idea where 807 is. We are at 522. Oh, you're talking about time. You're talking about time. I got you. I got you. See, wick here. We didn't take out this flat bottom yet. Okay, let's see if we're starting to move up now. I like it because it's very spotty. So let's see if this is the move to the upside again. So we're back. We didn't go below the 50%. Strong candle, yeah. What time? 521. Do you see that we did not tap into the midpoint of the breaker yet? We're still above the midpoint of the breaker and above 3 o'clock. So we are below the 4 o'clock open price, but still above 3 o'clock. We did go below the midpoint of that order block on the 9-minute though, but let's check on the, did I check the 15-minute on that one? Oh, we don't, well, it's very wicky, so it doesn't count. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get 15-minute candle like that. Do we have SMT, by the way? I think so. Most likely, yes. Yeah, I think we have to sit through a couple of candles. If it does want to go up, oh, look at that. There's no SMT. Maybe on the lows we have SMT. ES mitigating. ES is now only mitigating this 15-minute. That is so funny. This is actually the first mitigation on ES. Technically, okay, you see the difference here? NQ did it here, and ES did not. And actually ES is now, for the first time, retesting this 15-minute breaker. That is so interesting, isn't it? So I guess that was the SMT to the upside. Now, can we get through this candle? That's a little bit of my concern. So I guess this was SMT to the upside, but the question is, we don't have SMT now. So we're just forming liquidity here for later on, clearly. The hourly still looks bullish to me. Okay, half an hour to go. Let's see. Either we're just going to consolidate here, but then if it's the 6 o'clock 4 hour, if we start at 6 o'clock in the 4 hour candle, then we might not see that daily, this area, maybe before news. I wonder, why would it do it before news, right? Because it's an obvious level, obviously, everyone is looking at it. We did not take Asia low yet, we only took Asia high here. We could go down to premium, to discount all the way back here in the suspension block and make it black. I'm going to watch it because I might be if we do go lower and we go into this level here and we're going to reject and go back up, this would be an area where I'll be interested in, I think. Suspension. I'm staying on the 15-minute. Suspension block. Miss Ba, hi, Anta, you mean Auntie, I think, right? Hello, Auntie. Yes. Hey, Maxima, how are you doing? Okay, let's see if we're gonna get our setup now. Okay, we've got half an hour to go for the 4 hour can. Let's see if we can get some expansion. I think we can get to that level. Oh gosh, this price action is too slow for me. Oof. I'm getting exhausted from this slowness. Ooh, I like, look at the hourly here, the wick here and the wick here. No imbalances left. If it starts going up, it's very bullish, but it needs to start going up. If this wick stays and we have this wick here, ooh, that's nice. I'm gonna put a, what time is it? 5:31. Okay, I'm gonna use it's paper trading, guys, just paper trading. I just wanna, it's because of my journaling. I'm looking at the time, just looking if we are, I don't want price to go below this level anymore. 842. What time? 5:31. 82. Obviously. Oh, okay. So I'm just, so what I'm looking at is that this is like a, it sounds a bit weird if I say protected low, but I'm looking at just this wick has formed, and I'm just saying, okay, if we do push up, then I don't expect it to go below this level anymore, because this was going to be the wick of the 5 o'clock expansion candle to the upside. But I could be wrong, and we could reject here again. There's no algo, no, it's just already, it's really buying and selling pressure. So, but if we do start expanding, then it looks very bullish, but we need to go over the half point of this level now. Come on. It's trend. It looks like for me, I could one lower. Maybe it's gonna make one more low here, and then let me see. Look at the trend line. It's Let's see if it goes, if it stops here, because I think it's forming some trend line. Like I said, it's news coming. It's just forming liquidity. It's not going to take out that level. But. You see, you can already tell, right? It's not, no, it's just where it's, you can see exactly where it's stopping, where it's holding up. Let me see here. I'm going to mark this one here. This is now your test. So all these breakers don't work. Why? Because the parent breaker is still working. The 15-minute breaker is still working. So it doesn't matter if these fail, if it's still respecting the 15-minute breaker, if that makes sense. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see if we can get higher above this line. If not, if it's going to reject here again, we might go another leg lower. So I don't mind this kind of pricing because it teaches me a lot about PA and okay, when is price not doing what I want? When should I not enter? When should I wait? Okay, so never enter on a 15-minute breaker when it's last hour of the 4-hour candle before news, for example. Things like that. That's all things that I'm looking at, if that makes sense. Hey Juan Lagos, yes, this is a paper trade only. But let me tell you one thing. I think my most valuable trades actually are my paper trades. Because we go over logic really, really in depth on stream. Um, okay, let's see if we can get over 4 o'clock again. Yeah, Juan Lagos, I paper trade when I start in London. I always paper trade my first two paper trades. And then I watch how the market is. Am I in tune with the market? Am I doing what I think it's going to do? And then I might trade my evals or my funded or my own account, depending on where I'm at myself. And sometimes I just decide to paper trade the whole session during London. And I usually trade New York, all my accounts. But lately, well, we are just back testing. Literally, we're just testing the 15-minute breaker. Let me show you. You just got here, right? Let me go into the logic of the trade for you. So we did do a couple of trades, but I was pointing out the 15-minute breaker. I don't know if you are into breakers, but I'm expecting more movement to the higher. So I was marking out this breaker, and then when we retested this, I said, "Oh, we've got a beautiful retest here," but we did go down and then we had a deeper retest. So now what I'm testing, so I journal my paper trades just as actually even more extensively than my, because I'm almost looking, okay, where can I go? What can I improve? What did I miss? Blah, blah, blah. So now I'm just looking like, are we forming trend line liquidity? And because we got news, right, we're aiming for this little daily open and the volume imbalance, but I'm just wondering if we're going to get there now, or do we have to wait for news? And are we going to retest the breaker a little bit more because we still got a suspension block here? So that's what I'm testing. So I'm looking at time a lot. So that's the point of the whole paper trade now. So I don't have any monetary loss or win in it right now. So this just gives me the opportunity to only really look at PA, go into depth, what's happening. And paper trading helps me improve my executions and get more. Well, what I'm thinking right now is it forming trend line liquidity. So, for example, if we are going to retest here, which possible, we could reject in this rejection. This could be a rejection block. Then we could make another low because we left a candle without a wick here. So I wouldn't be surprised. So now I'm looking at this. Okay, if we are going to, that's why I've drawn this line. A lot of the time, what you see, guys, is that it has at least 3 points. 1, 2, 3. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do make another leg down. So that's why I'm just watching. What you will see with my paper trades, I don't get out of the trade because I'm just educational wise. I'm looking at, if I journal it, I'm looking, where's my stop? How far did it go? Because I said, okay, I don't want this to go lower. But now if we're going to reject here, we're definitely going to take this out. But I'm leaving it because I'm journaling. Normally I wouldn't stay in a trade and let it go down. So just for you guys, just so you know, if we start now, look, this, now we're getting confirmation, right? So we're not forming, we broke the trend line here. So now this might have been the right time. Look, and this, like I said, if we start going up, this looks very bullish. Look at the one that we with. There's no, then this might be the breakaway. Oh, it's already going. Look at that. Okay, let's see, guys. So you see how you try to combine all things, like, okay, if it goes down, you have to get out, but it's already, um, am I on the 1 minute? Yes, I'm on the 1 minute. Okay, let's see, guys. Now our initial target was here. Let me just raise my 934. I just want to be, for me, it's about when are we hitting that. That's what I want to journal. Now we did go into this little wick here, or not? Yes, we tapped into this wick here. And that's enough maybe for now. Now it might go down again, but at least we took out liquidity here. But let's see if it wants to go higher. That's why I'm I'm still eager for that previous day EQ, which is the midpoint between midnight and midnight. I'll be surprised if it hits it before the news now, after a day like yesterday, but let's see. Okay, what time did we, for me, 5:21, we wicked into this. I don't like that we wicked into it though, but it's also to scare weak hands out of the trade. So Bowser, this was a trade that we would normally add a position, but lately it was sort of like, it went up, but normally we would buy it to the downside. But now lately, if you're still here, Bowser, we have to buy it in the same direction. I don't know if you noticed that, but because of these wicks, I'm still bullish now. We're above the event horizon. We're above 30%. I think we're going to the top of the N walk, which is 953. So let's see, 953. I put my stop just below the daily open because I don't want to be tagged out. So for me, it's important to acknowledge now. Okay, how many times did we retest? We had one retest which didn't do the job. If we do go there, but then remember, guys, why didn't it work? Well, maybe because ES didn't do the retest yet. ES did the retest here. You see, that's why it didn't work. So I'm always looking for these algorithmic signatures. I'm like, okay, why didn't it work? Why didn't you never retest? I guess this one. If we go there, that might be the culprit then. Does that make sense? Oh, I like this session, guys. I really enjoy tape reading like this and um, looking for all these little things. I hope you guys are enjoying it too, or at least learning something with me together. Isn't it fun just learning? And then we prepare ourselves. You know, this is already. These sessions really help me also to be better prepared for. The entry is legit. Yeah, I think it's a very legit. The 15-minute breaker, if you can identify a 15-minute breaker, it's a very strong PD array. And on the higher, if you can identify them on the higher time frame, they are very powerful. And then that's why also if you see these fill, but that's because the 15-minute breaker is still in play, right? Okay, let's see now. Yeah, it's just powerful now. Hee ha. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Let's see if we can get to this level. No, I don't have any more. I did not even get into the trade. I don't really mind. I would rather. For me, it was very insightful now to understand that why this one didn't do the job was because ES did not do the retest. Okay, let's see if we can fill the little gap. Is it going to hit daily open, or again, is it just not going to hit it and just go back into the range? Just take out this liquidity and go back. All possible with this nasty price action. Well, we'll see. Hey, listen, one thing, guys, if it does take daily open and previous day EQ, for example, that's really already indicating us that we might have different price action now instead of like yesterday, not going to those levels, going seek and destroy, just taking minor buy side, minor sell side. If you see London doing this, that's a good indication we might get a smoother run also in New York. This is very bullish. Like I said, this wick. 546. I still wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't take it out because of the news, right? And then I just want to see if, oh, I want to see if I can make any calculations here. So guys, if you are trading, don't wait. Just don't be greedy. Just take your money and take smaller trades. Take your money and run, right? Don't copy my trades, because my trades are more for educational purposes for myself and for you guys later on. .5, two standard deviation. Okay, the top of the analog is 2. I like that. Okay, I'm going to use that. So what time are we at? We are at 5:47. What are we doing with imbalances? We've got one imbalance here. Okay, there's no more trend line liquidity. We already broke it, so we're up. We're going up. So Martijn pointed something out. Martijn said, "Do you see that BPR? Right? It was this one, right? Was it this one, Martijn?" I believe so. Let me go back. Martijn, I thought it was the 408, right? I think you pointed it out. I was going to check. I can't remember, but I think it was that one. Martijn, if you're still here, let me know. I think he pointed out on the 5-minute. He said, "Look, are you aware of that 5-minute BPR?" And I think it was this one. Yeah, I think he pointed out this one. Yeah, I think it was this one on the 5-minute. Yeah. Now, I didn't give it much attention in the sense of, is it really going to hold? But you can see, like, if you have a setup like this, you do get a nice retracement to the downside. But I was still like, if we do get a retracement down, it's just another retest of that fair value gap, or of that. But so I'm always very careful with BPRs, because it might limit yourself if you think, oh, there's a BPR here. If there's still higher time frame context, but it is very valid if you are a scalper. Like, this would definitely indicate, especially if you see price wicking just above this here, and you see it moving down. Obviously, those lower time frame BPRs definitely give you an indication for either a retracement, right? Or sometimes a full reversal and retest. But because for me the higher time frame context was still in play, I did watch it and I'm like, okay, yeah, we're going down, but then, it doesn't bother me in the sense if we are still holding up other things in this area. But it's definitely something you should keep an eye on for your lower time frame trades, especially for scalp. Well, I guess you scalpers are already using it. And I sometimes just disregard them because I'm still looking at it, because I'm a higher time frame distribution trader, so I sometimes just disregard them. Because I'm looking at the higher time frame candle and just trading the expansion, right? So I take this for granted. if it's a retracement, and if I position myself, for example, much lower here and I'm already in a 4-hour expansion candle, I just disregard them. So that's why I just want to point it out too, because I didn't really gave it any attention, but they are valid for scalping. Yes. So let's watch the 4-hour candle. So we are expanding, and we're expanding literally in the last 10 minutes. So we're expecting it's going to either take this or it's going to leave this and expand and go back into the range. It's just like TGIF, right? Open, high, low, close. So we're expecting that the move is going to be either very violent now and it's going to take it, or it's going to stop here because we've got SMT almost, but I think it's going to, we'll see what happens. Oh, guys, I hope you learned something with that 15-minute breaker. Let me know in the chat if just with a Y or a N. Oh, welcome to the family, Asia Untold. I learned a lot. For me, also, like now, now we'll also we'll look at the ES, because I never used to look at ES. I was like, okay, sometimes it retested 1, 2, or sometimes 3 times, but normally when it starts retesting 3 times, it will get very weak, and you cannot trust it anymore. But now I guess this retest wasn't done. I guess this is the valid retest of the breaker, and this is in. It doesn't really mean because ES didn't do it yet, right? So I think that's now something that for me is now, this wasn't a valid retest. And any proper retest, you can, a lot of the times, you can frame your trade with 2Rs. The breaker and the rejection blocks are my 2 favorite PDRAs that I use. Um, a lot of the times, a breaker retest will give you 2R trades. I always say calculate it from the top to the bottom. It doesn't matter where you enter. If you enter midway, obviously your risk reward will be much higher. But just in order to get, like, if you want to get the logic and have a benchmark, just calculate it from the top to the bottom in order, because if you put it here, obviously the 2R will be lower, but you want to see for yourself how many times does it give a 2R trade. They can be very mechanical, and especially if you wait for the retest. And the retest takes patience sometimes, so don't get impatient. But once the breaker retest is one of the most, I think, as for beginners, a very, very solid setup. And I would highly recommend you also on the lower time frame, start backtesting them on the 1 minute, on the 5 minute. This is a 15 minutes, so that's why. Look here, beautiful. Let's see. What time is it? 5 more minutes before 6 o'clock. Then the 4-hour candle is done. We are going to expect a retracement at some point, so it might not take it out, and then it might use the next candle, right? So we are. So listen, guys, if I would be in a trade money-wise, I would take my money off the table somewhere anytime now, because of the time and expecting the retracement of end of the 4-hour candle because it's almost 6 o'clock, right? I wouldn't wait. But I'm just leaving it for my journaling purposes. Oh, very much. Good question. So every candle, on average, every candle has an open, high, low, and a close. And every candle, when you reach a high, it will go back into the range. So you don't. So if you the devil's mark, like here, for example, this is a candle without a wick. That means it never had a open, a low. So this is actually not natural because every candle should have a manipulation on the top and on the bottom. So as you can see here, it wants a wick a little bit, but if it leaves a devil's mark, which we call if it doesn't have a wick, that means a lack of manipulation. So it will become it's a magnet at some point, but most of the time, so it could just go up and just have no wick, but it could give that wick in 1 second technically if it goes up. But you can see it start to form here already on the 4-hour. So you are expecting, okay, the move might stop here. If you are a distribution trader like I am, you want to enter. You want to enter before between the open and the low, and you want to exit your position before the wick starts forming, if that makes sense, right? So if you have time now, if you use time, you don't want it to pull back, but it's a normal behavior for every candle to pull back 20, 30, 40, 50%, and sometimes it does not, and then you get those the wickless candles. But you are expecting a small retracement, which can be sometimes very small, but they can go back into 10 to 50% sometimes. But I don't expect it. I don't think we're going to get a lot of. But here, so you see people are getting out already. Because why would you wait, right? Because it could happen, and you just get out because we had a lot of expansion, and a lot of the times they will leave an important level of liquidity. We got news, and they just leave it for the next candle. But hey, sometimes it's almost 6 o'clock. Let's see what happens. It's a very, very, very small wick. Let's see. Today is, I mean, guys, it's an awesome day to be honest. But let's see if we have half a minute. Let's see if it goes into that, if it takes out the daily open and the previous day EQ and this candle. That will be massive. Half a minute. Come on. Yeah, it's so Firmax literally it can be a model. If you trade one, because you should study the candles. It's ICT also has a TGIF, which is literally the same logic, but then only for the weekly candle, right? So TGIF just means you track the weekly candle at the end of the week, and you want to trade the retracement back into the range. So it's the same logic, OHLC, so open, low, high, close, or open, high, low, close. So it's just trading the manipulation. So for me as a distribution trader, when I trade when I'm expecting a 10 o'clock distribution, I want to position myself between the open and the low. So in this manipulation week, and then trade this whole candle. That's what or it can also be a 1-hour candle, but that's how I try to trade. So let's have a look at the 1-hour. So what are we expecting on the 6 o'clock? Maybe a pullback because we open, so we're forming the wick, and then maybe we might expand into this. So you want to see, but if it starts expanding to the upside, for example, then if you see the move is starting to go up, that means we might create the wick to the upside, right? So that's always interesting to see now. If you look like, okay, we start going up, 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 that means it might form the wick to the upside and we might get a reversal here, right? So that's also how you can look at candles. So let's see if it's going to take out the this level during the what a beautiful session it was actually, guys. I was always wondering why the trade seemed to run into trouble around the open close of the 4-hour candle. I was always wondering why the trade seemed to run into trouble. Clarify trouble. Hey Liz, welcome to the family. Yeah, you always should. I mean, it's very important to have the 4-hour. I mean, especially if you trade 4-hour candles, you want to have the open and the high. So I always mark. I don't have the 2 o'clock here, but I know where my 2 o'clock open price is here. I know where I always have them on where I am at, because for me it's very important, especially open, high, low, close of the 4-hour candles. As you can see, where's the 10 o'clock? We used the 10 o'clock quite a bit yesterday. 10 o'clock is here. We should have a 10 o'clock lower somewhere. I have to go back in time. Midnight. Here was a 10 o'clock. You see yesterday how the 10 o'clock was just, when you are into consolidation, you want to have an eye on your opening closing price of, because at some point you will see, okay. It's just, oh, the alarm is starting to work. Oh, because of the break-in, guys, we have now the one thing that I don't hope is going to happen is that because we've got a lot of animals running around here, that the alarm goes off all the time, and then the security would be standing in front of me. Oh, the alarm goes off, but I asked that. Listen, I'm okay with that, but I need the control of that alarm. I need to have the control of that alarm. Okay, it's 6 o'clock, guys. I think I'm going to leave it at here. I want to go up to the alarm people and make sure that I have a control. Any questions before I leave you guys? I hope you guys learned something today. I'm leading my trade on because I want to see if it reaches my level before it stops me out. It's just a paper trade. I didn't capitalize or lost anything today so far. Still recovering from my evaluation that I lost yesterday. No, I was joking. I don't care. It's just being stupid. Yeah, I think it was a nice session as well. Very, very insightful. Thank you, Solo Dollar. I appreciate that. And I'll see you back in the pre-market prep. And I want to thank everyone for hanging out with me. No more questions. And the Gopach, I'll definitely organize something. Hey, Metter, yes, we'll be in touch as well. Sasha, so great that I came across your account. Thank you for sharing awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that, guys. That really, yeah, I'm really, I love doing this. So, but I'm not sharing everything. I share a lot. I don't share everything, but I share a lot. But anyway, guys, I love you long time, and I appreciate all of you. And it was a fun session. And you know where to find me. We'll do some more on the Discord, also outside. Hey, Amzine, welcome to the family as well. And I'll talk to you guys later. And you know where to find me in the Discord if there's anything. And the GB group, we'll get that started too. Oh, Sasha, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I love it. I love to hear that. You know, for me, it's really like people. I love it when I just paper trade, to be honest, and this it's still being, and there's not people here for signals, and really just people. Really, we're learning together and we're growing together. That gives me a lot of satisfaction, and that gives me so much more inspiration as well. So this session is really, I think, one of my favorites, to be honest, so far, because I really think um, the build-up was there was so much good comments as well, and we really, we grew slowly into the in the price section. Things became clear along the way, and yeah, very insightful also for me. But anyway, guys, I'll see you back for sure tomorrow in London. Not sure about the New York session, but most likely I'll see you tomorrow, and or I'll see you in the Discord. Ciao, ciao, guys. And for those for pre-market prep, I'll see you later today at 8:50.